Hello, welcome back everyone to the latest broadcast commentary of the Sharjah Masters 2024. I'm your host, International Master Irene Sukandar, and it is always a pleasure to be here to deliver all the games, all the interesting moments to you, our Lichess community. And well, today is the last round. I'm feeling a bit sad because this is going to be the last day of the Sharjah Masters commentary, but I'm also happy at the same time because I'm happy to share a few of the stats that my team has compiled. So it is a very good news for the Singaporean Chess Federation because yesterday I was very lucky to stumble upon the game of Siddharth Jagadish, and with his win against Ishipenko, it secured him the last GM norm and thus making him the youngest grandmaster from Singapore. My congratulations for Siddharth, his family, and the Singaporean Chess Federation. And I'm also happy to say that our Lichess qualifier, Iranian International Master Mahdi Golami of Rimi, has also secured a GM norm, regardless what's going to happen on today's game. So both Siddharth and Mahdi Golami, they already got their GM norm, regardless of what's going to happen on the last round. I just don't have any info about the GM norm about Mahdi Golami. Is it his first or his second or his last? But anyway, congratulations to both of them. And also there's some potentials of the players in the master section who might obtain their last GM norms as well. It would be depending the result on this last round. First is Bibisara Asabayeva from Kazakhstan. If she at least gets a draw on the last round today against Grandmaster Haik Martirosyan from Armenia, she will get her third or her last GM norm. The same goes with Shreyas Royal from England, and he's gonna play today against Peralta from Argentina. And the thing is with Shreyas, he needs to win to obtain his last GM norm, but Bibisara and Shreyas still haven't reached the 2500 rating mark yet. So if they obtain their GM norm in this last round of the Sharjah Masters, they still have to cross the 2500 mark. But it's looking good for them so far. And also, I'd like to mention my commentary colleague, Felix Bloberger from Austria, where if he make a draw or even win the last round, he will end the tournament with a 2700 performance. So it's a very superb performance. So all the best for Felix and all the best for all who are looking to have their norm. And also in the challenger section, even though I'm covering only the master section, but in the challenger section we have two interesting matchups between two newer generation of the women's chess, and both of them are leading the field with 6.5, and they're playing against each other in the last round. It's gonna be between Divya Desmukh from India and Leia Garivolina, who is representing FIDE flag. So both of them are on 6.5. I mean, yeah, my team and I were talking about these two bright girls. They might be on the next candidates, for the next candidates to come, because they are such bright talents and very they have quite interesting playing style as well, and therefore they're leading with 6.5 out of 8, just the two of them. Yeah, I actually want to see their game, but we're going to just focus on the top 5 boards in the Masters. So without further ado, let's update ourselves on the standings in the Master section. And here we have Daneshvar Bardia, Murzin Volodar, and Sam Shankland. They're all leading with 6 points out of 8, and the rest of the leaderboard, we have 5.5 pointers. We have Tabatabai, Sarana, Irgaisi, Salem, Fakidov Samshidin, Parham Maksudlu, and Suleimanli Aydin. And we have 7 players with 5.5 and a bunch of 5 pointers. So about today's pairing, we have 2 of our leaders playing against each other. That's Sam Shankland from the USA versus Murzin Volodar, who is playing for the FIDE flag. And another leader, Danish Bardia, is taking black pieces against Ergaisi Arjun. And we also have an all-Iranian matchup between Parham Maksudlu versus Tabatabai. And we also have on the 4th board a young Azeri talent, Suleimanli Aydin versus Alexis Sarana. And we also have on the 5th board Salem Saleh versus Fakidov Samshidin. So this last round is going to be quite a spectacle because anything can happen on the board. And I'm just going to really looking forward to see how the games are going to play, and especially we're also going to focus apart from the top 5 boards, we're also going to focus on those who are on the track to get their norms. Only have the list for the GM norms so far, but because in the master section you can actually count with hands like how many international masters playing, because 98% of the players, they are just grandmasters. So things are looking good. And now let's switch to the game. And what do we have on the first board here? It is between Sam Shankland versus Volodar Murzin, and Sam already had 2 blacks back to back, so on the last round he has to take white. And now he started out with his signature first move, knight f3 and d5 and g3, g6. So we see the type of ready position with this early e5 and then d3, knight c6 and e4, knight g7 and c3. So this looks like kind of like an unusual type of ready position, but this I like this approach actually, because in the hindsight it looks like it's an e4 e5 opening, but it is not. It is coming from a ready. So I forgot also to mention that the winner of this tournament in the master section, he will have a 12,000 USD as a prize money, along with trophy and certificates. So it's quite a lot of money. Like, it's a high price. And on the second board, let's also quickly check the opening. It's looking like it's Spanish. Let's take a look. e4 e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, and knight f6, d3. So black was offering to play a Berlin here, but Ergaisi played d3, and then bishop c5, c3 castle, and rook e8. And here bishop g5 a6 takes the knight on c6, d takes c6, and h3. So in this position, of course, everything is still pretty much equal. And before we move on to the next board, I just on my corner, the corner of my eye, I was looking at the board 7, which already ended with a draw. It's between Aravin Chitambaram versus Boronik Abimanyu, and as we know, Aravin was leading the tournament for a few rounds before he lost twice in a row, where in both games he shouldn't have lost. On his game against Daneshvar Bardia on round 7, he was actually having a better position, and maybe because the time trouble that he was suffering, he couldn't manage to find the best move, and couldn't convert, and eventually he made big mistake one after another, and he was forced to resign. and also yesterday against Volodar Murzin, where he could just comfortably make a draw, but maybe he overpushed, maybe because he thought that with the draw it was going to be hard for him to get back into the contention. But yeah, but he had to pay the price, and for being too overpushed in a very equal position, and Murzin just played it out very nicely and won the game, and now he's one of the leaders coming to the last round. Alright, so this game ended in 8th move, and after knight e5 both players agreed to make a draw. So let's continue to see the third board. So yeah, we cannot help but notice, of course, like if it's a matchup between two players from the same country, usually, especially also in the last round, it might end up with a quick draw. But I guess both Maksudlu and Tabatabai here, they're playing on the third board. They realize that one of them has to win. So I'm actually expecting, or maybe I'm expecting too fast for this one because this looks like they're coming to make a repetition somewhere on the center. Another Berlin, and takes here, knight d4, takes here, and okay, this is gonna be like the infamous Berlin draw, unfortunately, because I was hoping for them to fight. It's gonna be like an interesting game if they continue playing on. Obviously the game is still going on right now, but I'm 100% sure it's gonna be a draw. Yeah, it's the famous Berlin draw with repetition of queen e4, queen d4, and queen e6, queen d6. So yeah, I would have loved to see a fight between these two, because these two are two interesting players of their own rights. I mean, both have like a natural attacking nature, and yeah, unfortunately I'm just gonna stay on this for a bit because we'll be seeing their handshake very soon for the mutually agreed draw. And actually the arbiter is standing by there because he also smells this, yeah, that the draw will be coming back on this board. And all right, we don't have the view since the arbiter blocked it, but we can always come back to this if necessary. So let's see board number 4. It's between Suleymanli Aydin versus Sarana. And what do we have here? We have a is there a dragon dove? Like a dragon Sicilian with knight of twist. So let's take a look from the start. e4 c5, knight f3 d6, d4 takes, and then knight f6, knight c3 a6, okay, and bishop d3. And I remember, I think it was during the American Cup, Aronian played this position, and I don't know why he took so long, like maybe 20 minutes or 30 minutes even for this position, and he played bishop d3. So this is a little storytelling now. And then his opponent, I have to remember who was his opponent. It was during the American Cup. It could be Sam Shanklin, or it could be anyone, or it could be Ray Robson. Okay, I totally forgot the black player, but black player also played g6, and you know what happened here in this position? Aronian played bishop e2, and he's just transposing this type of knight off to the bishop e2 variation, because we know in the bishop e2 variation you have like this type of setup, castle, and then this bishop can go to e3 or to g5. These are two different variations but looking very similar. So that was what happened. And here bishop d3 happened again, and after g6 Suleymanli didn't just bishop e2. Actually, let me pull up my Lichess master database. How many people actually play bishop e2? Okay, not too many. Here the main approach is f3 and castle. So Suleymanli played one of the main approach here, and he just castled, followed by bishop g7, which of course, to be honest, castling is a more natural looking move. So castle and bishop g7, rook e1, and also castle, a4 and b6. So everything is pretty much you're just mixing the principles or the ideas or the strategies both in the knight off and in the dragon, because you have a Vian shadow bishop on g7. And I was just looking at the live cam. Barham is on the background walking around. Let's take a look what happened on the third board. And yes, they agreed for draw after all this repetition, and that's it. I don't know what's gonna be on the last final ranking after this, but okay. The players, they maybe just take it, they're just trying to play a safe chess and trying to secure some prize money to bring home. I don't know yet how many players out of this tournament will play on the next tournament. It's the Dubai Open, so maybe they're also just trying to save their energy. Alright, let's continue on the fifth board and check what they have on the board. So we have, what do we have here? Some Nimzo Indian. E3 castle, bishop d3, d5, and knight f3 takes c4, and c5 castles. So yeah, so alright, b6, and yeah, this is pretty much the IQB position again that we've seen I think million times already. And b6 now is on the board. Now Salam is currently thinking on how to proceed with the game. Alright, a3 is always an option. Bishop g5 is of course the option here. You might also want to throw in queen e2 at some point, so it's just a matter of which order of moves that he's looking to play in this position. Let me scroll down to see the lower boards. We have also a quick draw between Savrali El-Touch versus Roger Ritvick on board 33. What happened in the game? So it was a 4 knights variation with bishop b4, takes, and bishop d3. And after d5, e d5, c d5. Okay, this is still very much early in the game, of course, but we also know this type of variation. We saw so many draw games. So, yep. What about those who are actually looking to get the last GM? Let me take a look at Bibisara's game. Alright, so actually let's take a look at F1 Bibisara. Okay. And here, alright, so we have King's Indian position with bishop e3, c5, queen b6 and queen c2, and knight g4. Okay, knight g4, it's a little bit, how do we feel about this move? It's a bit unnatural, but apparently there's one game playing like this, so maybe what is a bit unnatural is the move queen b6 here, because usually you want to play on the center, playing e6 or even b5, or preparing for b5 with a6 and then b5 or e8, something like that. So queen b6 is still a bit unusual, but maybe this is what Bibisara was preparing. And here Haik played queen c2 and then followed by knight g4. Okay, so everything is still pretty much in the opening, although it's not the main line, but you can always surprise your opponent, and especially here, Bibisara needs half a point to secure her last GM nom, which I'm sure she's going to be like a GM soon, because she's so close to the 2500 mark. So I think it's just a matter of time. Sometime this year, this is my prediction, that she's going to be the next Kazakhstan GM. Okay. I just want to stop at this game between Sindarov versus Siddharth, because Siddharth, yesterday we saw that he won the game against Yushipenko, and that secured him his last GM nom. So just want to see the last game of this tournament. Okay, so I have no clue about this sacrifice on e5. Castle, knight f3 here, and another sacrifice. Okay, takes this. Alright, in the end it will be like this, and now we have an opposite card bishop position, and after castle I think the next move should be d6. Yeah, I don't think it's anything else. So d6 should be played, or do I dare to play b6 and bishop b7? This might be also a possibility. Yeah, I don't have any game on my master database, so this might be just his preparation. And I mean, seeing the time situation that he has right now, I'm pretty sure that this is still within his preparation. Okay, I will also just stop at the game between Hans Niemann versus Idani Puya, because Hans suffered 2 losses in a row as well, just like Arafin. So he lost on round 7 against Sam Shankland, and yesterday he lost against Fakirov Shamshidin. So it's been quite a tough tournament for Hans, because he was also leading the tournament before he suffered these 2 losses. So what's happening on his game? So he's playing white today, and he started with the English opening, and yeah, this is so original, I guess. Takes, and e4 is on the board, and now black is thinking. What about we also take a look at the game between Shreyas Royal, but is he on the top 41st board? Let me check. Where is Shreyas? No. Oh, he is actually, sorry, on the board 35. Okay, board 35. Oh, here we go. Alright, so Shreyas has to play for a win in order to get a GM now. It's gonna be tough, of course, because his opponent is a very strong Argentinian grandmaster, but anything can still happen. Shreyas is still a very young player and very motivated, and he still has all the time in the world to complete all this requirement to make a GM nom or GM title. So even I'm pretty sure even if he cannot get it here, he would get it elsewhere. And also, this is going to be my prediction that England will have a new grandmaster very soon from Shreyas Royal. Okay, let's circle back to the top board and see what's happening on the first board here between Sam Shankland versus Volder Morzin. And we see a simplification of the position. The queen has already traded, so I think we saw it somewhere over here. Takes, and alright, queen takes, and now bishop e6, knight a3, f6, and bishop a3. Sam might be taking the same approach in his game like what he did against Hans Niemann, where he just pretty much equalized everything and played a better endgame, especially the pawn endgame. But here, Morzin is we've seen his games before too in this tournament, and he's been playing quite an interesting approach, mainly because some of his moves sometimes they are out of principle, but he's a very good calculator, so that compensates it. And now, yeah, my prediction is this one's gonna end up with a draw. I don't know how soon, or it might be just a long game, because this queen exchange already signifies something, and I don't see any drawback in the black's position, and after king f7 I think everything is just up and running smoothly. Okay, let's move back to the second board, because I see on the live cam there that Danish Farbardia is walking around, so let's take a look what's happening on his game. And I think the last move we saw was h3, bishop f8, and rook e1 and queen d6. So yeah, I think queen d6 is a preparation to play any idea with g6 and bishop g7, and also you want to give this space for this rook to go to d8 after a move like bishop d7 maybe. So Arjun is thinking because this looks like an invitation to play d4 as well, because just to see what happens after d4, if you take this then there is e5 and it's a fork. So queen d6 d4, maybe here black is forced to play knight d7 and protecting this pawn in such a way. Okay, and since the third board is already finished and it is a draw, what about the fourth board? And yeah, I think this is going to be the most interesting game in the top 5 boards, because we can just see this is a Sicilian and looks like both players really want to play their game. And yeah, I'm just hoping that we might see some blood on their game now. Okay, so we saw the position after, I think somewhere around here, yeah? a4 and then b6, and then the bishop moves to f1, bishop b7, g5 and h6, and here bishop e3, knight bd7, f3, and then queen c7. So having this strategy with, yeah, similar to the knight of type of position. So queen d2, king h7, and then rook a d1. So everything is so good so far. In the white scam, pieces are developed. White also has control over the center. The king is pretty safe, but I can also say the same about black pieces here. So it's just a matter on how to continue this game, which technique that they will use, because this setup offers like a very slow continuation. So for example, in this one, a move like rook c8 is a very common move to make, and maybe you want to go queen here, but then yeah, it is a question on how to continue here as black. I mean, you can make all sort of natural looking move, but eventually you have to come up with some clear idea. So instead of rook ac8 here, black chose to play rook fd8, so putting the other rook that way. And maybe it's always a dream for the Sicilian player to play d5 at a comfortable moment. So maybe here Sarana is signaling that he's preparing for this idea. This knight can go to c5, and then yeah, this rook can go to c8, and yeah, maybe d5 will be happening on the board. So after rook fd8, I think it's also useful to throw in knight b3 first, and then queen will be set on f2, attacking b6, and at some position like that you can actually try to sacrifice a5, because after ba then rook can come back to f5, and then you'll take this pawn with the knight. So here I guess those moves are quite interchangeable for white, mainly about knight b3 and queen f2. Now yeah, I wonder what Soleimani will play on the next move. Alternatively, you can, I think, also play a move like this and trying to play knight d5. So knight b3 and knight d5, and then you're trying to attack this. So any strategy here is obviously quite decent for white. It's just up to Suleimanli to pick which strategy that he's going to use. And on the fifth board, there hasn't been much of a development. I think we saw the last move bishop g5 here, and then bishop b7, rook e1, and knight bd7. Yeah, so everything is still pretty much equal right now. Just I'm a bit worried of the position with this knight because it is very passive. Usually you want to put it on c6, but since the bishop is already on b4, you don't really have this idea with knight b4 and knight d5. So, and I think the position is asking you to play knight bd7 anyway to hold on to this knight. And maybe rook c8 is the idea next move. So I think eventually white will play a3. Maybe now throw in rook c3 first, because then there's rook c8 and then bishop b3 like this. Yeah. Alright. This is still the current position right now. So apart from those games that we've covered, let me quickly scan other positions which might be interesting as well. Yeah, all the positions seem to be quite equal at this stage. Let's see the game between Yu Yangyu versus Gurel, Eddie's Gurel, because even though the queens have been exchanged, I mean, what we see right now is a very interesting position. I don't think I've ever seen this setup before, so I'm curious what opening did they play here. So it's a Petrov. Which variation? C4, the main one. And after this, okay, you stop knight b4 by playing a3, and then bishop g6, c5, bishop b8. All right, knight c3 and f5, and after knight e2, knight c7, and knight f4, bishop here, knight e5, and here. Wow. And f3, queen f6. Okay, because the bishop is going to be trapped after this. And now knight g4, because you also want to stop the queen f2 check. And after queen here takes on e4, and then you take it with the queen. So there is the queen exchange in this position. And after bishop h5, knight f2, and bishop f4. All right. Yeah, I'm afraid this is like a type of that forced variation until the end that both players know, and that will end up with a draw. Oh, actually there are so many games in this position. Alright, so the main continuation according to the games from the master database is knight g3, which is going to be continued by bishop takes g3, and somehow I don't have the continuation after that, so it should be like that, like this, and maybe just this. And yeah, most of the time it's gonna be end up with a draw, because maybe after this what can happen here, maybe bishop g6 back, trying to protect this, and then the rook will go to d8 and trying to attack d4, and maybe the rook will just stand by on d5. So maybe here can just throw in the knight, and maybe rook here, and then rook here, and after this, wonder what's gonna happen here in this position. Maybe this is also interesting, but also knight here. Oh, the knight can jump like this too. Wow, okay. And yeah, knight g3 already happened. Now, yeah, I wonder if Addis Corral will play a different move and not playing bishop takes g3. Okay, oh, it happened. So bishop takes g3, h takes g3, and then bishop g6. Okay, and now what we're gonna see, maybe knight here or rook here, maybe both are nice, or maybe rook here, knight here with the idea of this move, but this allows rook d8, yeah, and takes on d4, so maybe that's not a good move. Okay, yeah, but I believe it's gonna be still quite very equalish. So let's move on to the next one. Back to the first board. On the first board, still not much going on after king f7, bishop f1, a6, and knight c4. So both white and black, they're just playing all these little moves, small maneuvering move and improvement. So let's also move again to second board here. And okay, queen d6 was replied with d4, and yeah, knight d7 is a must. And now Regaisi played bishop h4 with the idea maybe to keep pressuring e5 by playing bishop g3 on the next move. Yeah, also waiting. It is a nice waiting move because you would dream to have the knight on c3. But in this position, you would also like to develop all your pieces, mainly the bishop on c8. But if you try to clarify this too soon, then white will get what he wants with the knight c3 coming up. So in this position, black will also try to make another waiting move to allow him to also play knight move later, because the knight is kind of like stuck on d7. I was thinking, would it be a good idea to play c5 here, just trying to force the d4 pawn to do something, either to take one of the pawns or to move d5, for example. But this will also lead this idea maybe by white, like to play a4, knight a3, knight c4, this type of moves. But again, objectively speaking, it is quite equal position. But now, instead of playing anything like that, Bardia decided to just play queen g6, and I think I like his decision here, because it's also trying to attack the pawn on e4 with these two. Although that might be not his main intention, that maybe just he wants to get away to queen g6 so that after takes, maybe knight can move again. After knight moves, then this bishop is hitting the pawn on h3, since it is pinned right now. So yeah, this is still the position from the game. And on the fourth board, between Soleimani and Sharjah, we saw the position of the rook fd8, and here Soleimani chose to play queen f2, e6, and knight b3. So we are still on the right track in predicting this game, because most of the moves here, they are pretty much like the principal ideas and the very common ideas on how to proceed in this type of position. So after knight b3, Sharjah played bishop c6. I'm trying to understand the idea of bishop c6. Yeah, with e6, it's pretty understandable here, because after knight b3 anyway, this knight is going to go to d5. So e6 is already like stopping it, and after knight b3, bishop c6. What happened if we played this idea? I guess this position you just take, and when the rook steps away from the center like this, you can play a4 first, and after this d5. So yeah, again, once black secures d5 move without any risk, black should be standing fine. Okay, but bishop c6 is still on the board, and what happened to the fifth board here between Salim Saleh versus Fukidov? And after knight bd7, Salim played bishop b3, and after rook c8, ooh, rook e3. I mean, this rook lift is very often seen in this type of IQP, but what I'm a bit surprised is just the timing, because normally you would like to play all other moves first before you throw in this move. But rook e3 might be just the idea to put the other rook on d1 instead of c1. So you try to make like a half Alakin's gun. If you don't know what it means, Alakin's gun is like when you are stacking three major pieces in the same file and having the queen as the one that's on behind. So like rook here, and queen here. So that's gonna be like the Alakin's gun. But I don't think it's gonna happen here, or even if it happens, the queen will not be on e1, but maybe on e2. So I think what I predict with this move, yeah, what I can predict is just the setup first, because I'm trying to understand what is white intending to do by playing rook e3. So maybe queen e2, we'll see this move followed by rook d1. And you always want to kind of like threatening to move d5, because all your pieces are already aiming towards it. The bishop is already here, the knight is already aiming towards it, and maybe with another help of the rook, it's gonna be a very powerful idea to play d5. Yeah, I think this all stems from the fact that the knight develops to d7, because when the knight develops to c6, d5 can somehow be stopped via knight before knight d5 or knight e7, knight d5. But yeah, in this type of IQP, having the bishop on g5 is always an annoying thing to have if you're playing with black pieces in this position. So IQP offers lots and just very rich ideas on how to continue if you're defending or if you're attacking. There's so many little nuances that can be quite interchangeable, but if you play them in the right time, they can be very powerful. So now when I gain my understanding of this move, rook a3, I'm starting to like it. Because yeah, normally this type of rook leaf you just play it sometime later, not immediately like now. But now it's become, yeah, it's growing in me now. All right. So yeah, so of course this rook is protecting knight on c3. So after this happens, then you have these two connected pawns, and I think black is standing worse because of the pair of bishop as well. Alright, so rook a3 is on the board. Let me switch to some games on the lower board. We also have another draw on the board between Sivuk Vitali versus Timur Rajabov. Yeah, Timur Rajabov is not having a great event here. How many points does he have? He is now, after this draw, he just secured 50%. So he's on 4.5. It's showing like how strong the tournament is, and it's just like one of the strongest open in the world. Timur is, yeah, he's dropping a lot of ratings here. So his current rating is 27-23, and just before this last round, he already lost 17 elo points. And after the draw, I think he's gonna even losing more, maybe close to 20, maybe 19, something like that. Because with this draw, he surely lose some rating as well, because his opponent is about 150 points below. Okay, how was the game? So let's take a look. It was a Rosolimo, and after this and d4, c4 takes, and d5. Yeah, so things are still looking pretty much in the theory book. And after queen takes c3, assuming white, it was the last move by white, and yeah, I think white offered a draw and was accepted by Timur Rajabov. What about other games? We have a game between Haik Maturosyan versus Bibisara Sobayeva. It was quite interesting variation that Bibisara chose here. Queen b6, queen c2, and knight g4, and bishop g5. And here she plays one of the aggressive continuations with f5, f3, knight back to f6, and after ef, bishop f, queen d2, and queen a5. Queen a5. Trying to understand the idea behind this move. Because after queen a5, normally if you step away with the queen like this, you'd like to move the pawn from b7 to b5, something like this. But I don't think it is the case in this position, because it's not even a gambit, it's just like giving up a pawn for free. But what else can we try to understand from this move? I mean, with this move like f5 and then f3, black looks like solving all of her problems. Like I don't see any weakness in her position anymore after queen f5. So knight will come either to d7 or even knight a6, and then yeah, things are looking good. And now actually white has to do something with the king, yeah, because now the knight cannot really move freely. If you move it here, bishop takes maybe, and you'll be standing with a worse position. Or maybe queen f5 is also, no, I understand. I think now I understand why Bibisara played queen f5. I guess this is the way to stop castling. because after this then b5 might happen, and you cannot take it with the knight because of queen takes a2, and it's just, I mean, black is looking like having a really nice position close to win in this one. So if you play castle and b5 and take it with the pawn, maybe it is also like a6 like this. So you play this type of gambit knowing that your opponent's king is already on that side, so it's a favorable position. So white has to be really careful not to do it. But again, if long castle is already out of equation here, you have to think about short castle. But the thing is, like what I mentioned before, you cannot really do short castle comfortably because of this knight. If you cannot go here, then you might go to e2, which means you have to move the bishop first on e2. But if you move the bishop first, where to? I wonder if, okay, let's check it with the eval bar and with the engine. Oh wow, g4. Yes, this bishop is such a dangerous bishop, yeah, because it's, well, if the king castles long, it's gonna be like the one that is restricting the king's activity. So here I would suggest to play g4 first, and after bishop moves to c8 or d7, here you actually continue the attack by playing h4. Yeah, why did I forget about this attack? Because this is also a very common continuation for white. You just want to attack first, and you kind of like delay the castle because you want to use all the time to attack. And maybe you don't need to castle, maybe, but of course you always have to preserve the possibility of castling. So this actually might be happening on the board. I'm not sure where after g4 the bishop will go. It can go to d7, it can go to c8, but surely after that h4 will be played, followed by h5 and so on. And this is just the type of the attack that white is looking for. Okay. And Bibisar chose to play bishop d7. Alright, so it's going to be quite interesting and very instructive position to learn from both sides. I believe h4 will come. Okay, so we can circle back to the top boards. Let's see board number 1. Things will move quite slow in this position, I mean in this game, because that's actually what it takes to play in this position. You cannot try to clarify the position too soon. You always have to play the slow moves. And I just like this rook d c1 because after bishop f1 a6, knight c4 rook h d8, black is offering a trade, but apparently Shankland would keep more pieces on the board and he played rook d c1. Even though the queens are already exchanged, but we still have all other pieces on the board. And what might just happen is, I think Shankland is planning to play this type of move with a4, b4, and try to gain as much space as possible on the queen side. And after that, I mean, it's gonna be like a dream position to have if black allows white to do a4, b4, and maybe push to a5. And since this knight is no longer doing anything on f3, you can move it to d2 followed by knight b3 and knight c5. So of course this is going to be like the dream position, and I believe also black knows how to anticipate it. So yeah, most of the time this type of position black is just trying to play against the white's ideas. So if white is trying to do that after dc1, what could black possibly do in this position? One idea is to put the knight on c8 and then offering a trade to d6, because it will take quite some time for this knight to maneuver to d2, b3, and c5. So while Well, it is not going to happen yet. I think it's best for black to also try to simplify the positions by offering more trades. And also additionally, after knight c8, you might want to put the bishop to f8 as well, unless you have another strategy that you will try to come up with your own to make everything ties up around the center. You can try to play f5, but of course not without any preparation. Maybe here h6, this little move is necessary if you wanna use that strategy, and your idea might be just to play f5 for the next move. So since the position is equal, and still you're playing according to your taste here. You want to play on the queen side, or you want to play in the center, or the king side. So those two approaches have two different strategies and two different type of moves, of course. I think what we will see from Murzin's next move, it will tell us what he is aiming on this position. Yeah, so please be reminded again, we have a 15-minute delay in the broadcast. So what you're watching right now is the 15 minutes later. So that means I cannot really interact with the chat real time, because whatever you ask right now, it will be answered like 15 minutes later, and it might be quite irrelevant already. So let's also update ourselves on the second board between Ergaisi Arjun versus Danesh Bardia. And here, what do we see? So the last move on the position was queen g6, and after that bishop g3, e takes d4, and Arjun just created a very nice intermediate move, knight h4. Now I think he is actually trying to take this pawn with the pawn, because if you're taking it with the queen, let's say in this position, if you're taking with the queen, which I think you must if you want to take on d4, then this move will come, and maybe just putting the bishop on b6, it will have a nice diagonal around the a7 g1 diagonal, it looking more active. And now it's just a matter where this knight will go, maybe back to f8, and then this bishop will develop, and this rook will develop as well. So, and you don't really have much of a stronger center anymore. And in fact, maybe after this you just lose on the spot, because when the queen moves, let's say you move it back like this, queen will take g3, and this bishop is hanging because you cannot take it like this. The pawn on f2 is pinned. So if you take it with the knight, let's say, this might be just the right time to take e4 with the rook, and you will end up with, maybe it's the equal number of pawns after this and then this. But as white, I can understand what Arjun is thinking, that he wants to maximize his advantage as much as he can, and going to this position will only making it easy for black to simplify or to equalize the position. So therefore now we can understand why he chose to play knight h4, because now the queen on g6 is under attack and the queen has to move, and when the queen moves, it's no longer hitting the pawn on e4 anymore. So you can take d4 safely with the other pawn, and thus giving the spot on c3 for your knight, since it is an ideal square for the knight to develop. I hope I explained everything on this game, or on this current position. So we can move on to board number 4 between Soleimanli Aydin versus Sarana, because what just happened after bishop c6? Oh no, please don't make a draw on this position, please, because after bishop c6, this is actually the second bishop c6 that you are seeing right now on the board, because it has happened before on move 17, and then after that Soleimanli played knight d4, bishop b7, knight b3, and bishop c6 again. So the next move is going to be very important to understand the course of the game. If Soleimani plays knight d4 again, then it means that he's going to just play for a draw, and I'm sure pretty much that black will just take it. But if he plays something else, then we can be a bit more happy now, because we're going to see some action on the board. Because I'd like to see the continuation of this game, not with the repetition, but with like an actual fight. So yeah, we can see from the live cam that he's deciding. He understands and he realizes that his position is better, of course, slightly better. I mean, always, most of the time out of the opening like this, white stands slightly better, and you can always play for a win. And it is also fair if you want to just play for a draw. But I'm hoping that Soleimani will continue in a more fighting mood and rejecting this idea of knight d4 on the next move. Let's also update ourselves on the fifth board. We're going to come back on here on board 4 to see what's happening on this game. And on the fifth board, we have Salam Saleh versus Fakidov Samsudin. So we saw the position after rook e3, and in this rook e3, Fakidov continued with queen c7, knight b5, queen b8, and knight e5. So a very, very energetic play by Salem here. Yesterday Fakidov scored an upset against Hans Niemann. The game was very, very interesting. So if you missed the action, you can always come back to the Lichess podcast and see what happened on round 8. And here after knight e5, Salem is not on the chair, and it looks like, again, I like this type of setup. Now after all the after the third rank is being cleared right now, we can actually predict where this rook might go. For the time being, it is fine being here, but maybe at some time later the rook can come to h3. But of course now the rook is needed on the center, because otherwise you wouldn't have this option on your game with knight e5. So the thing is, after knight e5, if the knight is taken like this, I don't know, this might happen. This also, both are good, I guess. Both positions are good. Like, you can totally take these two, and maybe after this, where does this bishop go? Because you don't have any more space. Maybe only c5. But then, alright, first solve this problem. Where does the knight go? Maybe to d5. It looks like the place for the knight anyway to go. And maybe in this position, no need to play a3, right? Because bishop c5 is there. So maybe in this position, the rook can just go. But where does the rook go? To e4 maybe? Looks a bit hanging there. So maybe, hang on. Let me try this bishop takes f6, which might be just a better move anyway. Because if you move the knight, where do you move it? Knight g6 back? Then bishop g5. Oh, but there's this h6. So, don't like it that much. So I don't know. After knight e5, if you take it, maybe just takes like this. And after this, is it just a sacrifice on e5? I mean, I can play rook g3 here, sacrificing this maybe. And at the very least, I think we'll win an exchange up by playing bishop h6. Because how are you going to stop me from taking it if not g6? And after g6, then just takes maybe, and take with bishop. But this position has quite a compensation for black, even though black is currently exchanged down, but I think black is standing fine. Okay, what to do after knight e5? And knight takes e5. Let's check the computer. Is this the... Oh, actually, knight takes e5 is the best move. Yeah, we should just try to simplify the position. I mean, white's knight e5 looks like a natural move to make anyway, along with a3. Yeah, I'm dying to play a3 just because I want to see where this bishop go. And maybe after a3, which Salem should have played, if bishop d6, then you can just take this and try to enjoy this position with a pair of bishop. But if black plays bishop e7, then maybe now it's time to play knight e5, or even d5, sorry, even d5. Now is the time to play d5. So I think it's almost sure that after queen b8 a3, you have to play bishop d6 and playing with this position. But instead of that, Salem played knight d5. And now Fakadov is thinking, and apparently the right move here is just to take the knight like this, because however you take the knight, it's always something. Like we already analyzed a few variations here. Black always has something, like if this one and then knight goes to d5, attacking the rook, and you might just have to take this and play this position. So it's still in general an equal position for both sides. And what else can be done here? Oh, knight e5 and bishop f4. This is what we haven't seen. And after knight f3, you have to take like this with the queen, and takes like this, takes the queen as well. And here black will just take the bishop, and you also take the bishop, and this position is slightly better for black because of the pawn on d4. So yeah, this is the thing about IQP that you always keep in mind. Like whenever there is a great deal of number of pieces that's being reduced, it is always in favor of the one who is playing against IQP. In this position, it means black. You see, like the queens are already traded and a couple of minor pieces as well, and the resulting position is standing better for black. So while Fakadov is still thinking, I don't see any move on board 4 yet. Maybe Soleimani is also still thinking. We will see the updated camera soon. Yep. And yeah, Soleimani is still thinking. He's still deciding whether he wants to take the draw or if he wants to keep playing on. Let's also take a look at Yangi versus Edis Gurel. And what happened was after a4, rook a d8, and then rook e d1. Oh, the other rook, yeah. So rook d5 and a5. So using the fact that this rook is still on the queen side, and you just want to create as much space as you can on the queen side. So here computer suggested rook f d8, a very normal looking move that you want to play knight d4. But oh, a6 is just the counter attack that white needs in this position, while black is focusing his pieces around the center, especially around this pawn on d4. White is trying to disturb black's position from the flank. So now after a6, if takes, then maybe rook takes. Not even rook takes. You can even delay rook's taking there and play knight g4 because you want to attack the f6 square, knight f6, and then it's a fork. And after king g7, you can even forget about this. You can always take it at any point, and instead here play rook f1. What is the idea? After knight d4, bishop d4. Oh, and now rook a6. Okay, so all right, now I'm trying to prove that this is still fine for black. I think actually I would prefer to play black in this position just because of the pass pawn on e4, and usually knight versus bishop is always better with the bishop, but apparently here everything is still pretty much equal. So rook d1 is what's suggested after this move, but maybe, oh, not taking a7 with the check, but just takes c6, takes here, and then takes here, rook d1, maybe king e2, yes, and rook b1, attacking b2, and just king e3, takes this, and check, and here, and then e5. Okay, so if this is going to happen, then this is going to be quite a battle. And I just saw from the camera there, if I could have just played something, what did he do? He took on e5. Yeah, because after knight takes e5, it's pretty much quite clear what black is going to have on the following position. So while Soleimani is still thinking and deciding whether he wants to make a draw or keep playing on, let's circle back to the first board between Sam Shankland versus Volodar Murzin. So here was the decision that we were discussing earlier, just to understand this, especially as black, where does black going to play, whether on the queen side or on the center and the king side. So here knight g8 is on the board. What does it do? I mean, the only thing that I can tell is it wants to offer this trade with the bishop, because this is such a good bishop, and this is less good bishop. So maybe after bishop h6, if Sam wants to keep playing on, then I don't know, something like this might happen actually, this repetition. But at some point, actually after bishop c5, there's b6 first. But usually this type of move is giving some concession to the game. But maybe after bishop h6, then maybe just takes here, takes, and then knight. Yeah, and then knight here, or even what do we do? Knight here. Be consistent with the plan with knight b3 and knight c5. So yeah, so Sam is still thinking. I think it was a good plan, but with the number of pieces that being traded again, it's gonna make it easier for black to equalize the position. So instead of doing those, Sam just play a4. Actually, he's trying to be consistent with his strategy, that he tries to gain as much space as possible on the queen side, because if you want to play for a win or you want to keep your advantage, you have to keep maintaining it by taking space. Alright, so a4 is already on the board, and of course after bishop takes like this, knight will just take. But then even if you have the knight on c5, it's no longer looking too appetizing, because yeah, for some reason I feel like we need that bishop. But now what to do as black? Like after knight e3, alright, so this knight has to be improved at some point. It cannot stay on g8 forever. You can also try to clarify this area by playing a5, allowing b5, but then now you can move your knight maybe to b8, d7, b6, or even to c5 even. Alright, so now I think this inclusion will be nice. Bishop takes e3, knight takes e3, and a5. And anything like this, you don't have to worry it. You can actually come back to b8, that's fine. But maybe what Murzin is kind of thinking is if he can do that immediately without taking on e3. Yeah, actually this is quite possible as well. Yeah, I believe it's something to do with the a5 move, whether or not you give this inclusion with taking on e3. So okay, things are still looking very equalish in this in this game. And we can just see on the live cams that there are so vast on the background. So yeah, the organizer is also getting ready for the closing ceremony, which I believe is going to happen after the completion of whole games, both in the Masters and in the Challenger section. Okay, let's move on to the next board between Erigaisi versus Tanejwar. And yep, so after knight h4, here Tanejwar Bardia, he played queen g5, and now d4 was taken by the pawn. And after bishop d6 takes on d6, takes on d6, and maybe now Arjun is thinking where to move with the knight. Back to f3, which is quite safe, followed by knight c3, or if he can force to play knight f5 attacking d6, because this is also quite an invitation to play this move. So maybe I don't like the traditional way of protecting this pawn. I don't know, if I could find like a more active move, I would play it. So for example, here a move like knight f6 caught my attention, because if you take d6, okay, you're grabbing a pawn, and at the same time you're forking the rook e8 and bishop c8. But here it is the idea to play bishop takes h3 and attacking mate in one, apparently. So if you're stopping the mate by playing queen f3 while also attacking the bishop can just go to g4 and maybe queen here. And oh, there's one funny line here. There is one funny line here for black. Hang on, let me calculate again, making sure that I'm not wrong. There is knight takes like this, and then if you take this knight, because well, the knight is attacking the queen, takes this knight, and then rook takes this knight and takes this knight, takes the rook, and then queen check, and then you have this funny perpetual like this, and black couldn't, I mean white couldn't do anything on this position, even after, well, if you sacrifice the rook, it's just going to be actually better for black, because black has a better position, just black has one less rook on the board, so that's why. Yeah, so I believe that variation cross their minds, because it looked like it is a possible outcome in the position, like if you don't choose to play knight f3 here, but instead of knight f5, you always want to play with the most attacking move as possible. So if that doesn't happen, if knight f6 actually doesn't work, then you can resort yourself to play a move like queen f6, just traditionally protecting d6 like this, or even maybe like a move, this one, like rook e6, though I don't really like it so much because it blocks the dagger of the bishop later on. So yeah, I like this move, knight f6, but I might be missing something. But what can I miss in this position? If you play h4, h4, I think I can just play queen here, yeah? Ooh, but has to be careful of the g3. There's only one move to play, queen here. So maybe h4 is this little move that you shouldn't miss, because after this position, then black is worse, because it's just a pawn now. So alright, so knight f5, knight f6, h4. Alright, maybe queen back to here to g6. But okay, bishop h3 is no longer like taking a pawn there. It's just an empty square, because after this, and okay, this move also stopping all this idea, the perpetual idea with the checks, yeah, along this diagonal. Yeah, it just takes this, and maybe after bishop here, and then bishop g3, and now in this position you can play queen g3 or even queen f4 without any risk. Yeah, actually, is there any risk? Oh, maybe knight here. So maybe in this position I should go elsewhere, maybe queen d3 even, protecting this. Yeah, all right, so knight f5 might just work. Knight f5 might just work. Yeah, so this is the type of thinking of or calculation or the decision making processes that I believe should happen to many chess players. Like, you always have to divide all these type of moves that you want to play, and especially with the candidate moves. Like, the normal move would be like knight f3, and I don't think white has any problem after knight f3. This might be just the best move anyway. I might be missing something with the move of knight f5, but the move knight f5, you have to pretty much calculate it. You have to consider it, and maybe it doesn't work, but I'm just going to check with the computer which one is the move. Oh, Arjun played knight f5. Okay, Arjun played knight f5, so I'm sure if knight f6 happens, then h4 will come. This little move sometimes can be missed in the calculation, but they actually play a very important role for the course of the game. So I guess if there is no h4, Arjun will not play knight f5, because after knight f6, it's looking like black is attacking, yeah, especially the center and also the knight. But here you have a concrete answer by playing h4, because wherever your queen goes, you can somehow take d6 on the next move. Like here, queen f4, another move g3, and the queen is limited now. It can only go to g4 and takes, and knight d6, and white is close to winning. I mean, white is totally better with this pawn up, but yeah. And if the queen doesn't go to f4, if the queen goes to g6, now you can just take this, because this type of bishop h3 idea is no longer really working. After queen f3, attacking the bishop goes to g4, and then just queen here, and now this knight is attacking the rook. So now if the rook goes here, maybe I'm trying to be brave here and then play knight here, and then come back to c5 like that. So it is possible. So knight f5 is on the board. So if now knight f6 is not really working, then you have to resort yourself to a move like queen g6 or queen f6, maybe queen g6, because you might want to preserve this square on f6 for your knight. Okay, so, well, Daneshvar is thinking on this position. Let's move on to the game between Suleimanli versus Sorana. And they agreed for a draw apparently, because it's been threefold repetition, and those making them, how many points do they have now? 6. So yeah, so both of them will have 6 points. It's the same like board 3 between Parham versus Tabatabai. They're also on 6. Okay. What happened to the 5th board between Salim Saleh versus fork it off. And here after knight e5, knight takes e5. So, oh, I forgot to actually include this move. We only discussed bishop f6 and de5. So yes, rook e5 is there, but yeah, this trade of pieces really is not to my liking. But what to do? It's as if like knight e5 is just offering a trade, which a strategy that white should refrain from doing, but Salem did that. Okay, so now am I afraid with this idea? Bishop f6 allowing queen g4 next move, but I always have king h8. Okay, this rook is very useful being there. It can go to h5. So on the other hand, if I try to protect this knight by playing bishop e7, then maybe is d5 a move here? No, d5 is not a move because the rook is under attack. So maybe just bishop e7 and black stands fine. And next move, I really want to try to play a6, attacking this knight, and yeah, maybe putting the rook on d8. Whoa, black is standing totally fine in this position. And Forkadov is about to move. He's making this gesture that he's ready to make a move. Apart from bishop e7, what can we do? Putting the knight on d5 is also quite common. But is it the good idea here? I think it looks fine. It's just that you have to be ready after a3. Or even after bishop takes here. Because however you take it, there is a3. And this bishop might be trapped. So yeah, I think I like bishop e7 in this position. It looks more simple, and it solves all the problem that black has. Okay, let's take a look back to the game between okay, so this is dinner time, guys, here in Jakarta. It's 7:32 in the evening, and as I stream, I could smell that there's some food nearby. I don't know, could it be the kitchen from down the stairs, or even my neighbor? That makes me quite hungry. That's one of the things of like that's one of the distractions when you're commentating the game, because you keep talking a lot, and then it actually makes you quite hungry. And just like when you're hungry, there is this smell of like good food. And now, yeah, I'm just wondering what it is. Alright, I'm trying to find the game again of Bibi Sarah. Which board number? Oh, here, 22. Alright, so ooh, this has changed a lot. Actually, what is going on? Bear in mind, Bibi Sarah just needs a draw. So g4, okay, we saw this position. g4 bishop d7, h4 b5. So black is trying to create a counter attack on the queen side. Here h5 gh, and then gh, knight a6, h6, bishop h8, and knight h3, rook a b8. Okay, I guess black is just trying to attack on the king's side, while the king here on g8 will slowly walk to f7, e8, and try to be safe like that. because of course it's quite exposed here on the G file, which is opened. So that might be just what Bibisar had in mind about this position. So here black is to move, yeah? Sorry, white's to move. What can white do in this position? Yeah, I believe anything to do with rook g1, it will invite king f7 to come anyway, and then goes to e8. So even though the computer says this is better for white, but when I see that my king will be settled nicely in the center, I'm liking black's position actually. What does the computer say? It's +2. Oh, let's take a look. This concrete idea that computer suggested. Rook g1. Yes, this knight is hanging, but I mean this is a discovery, so you have to play king f7. And in this one, you just take on f6. And after this, you're allowing this knight to go. And if you play king e8, then knight goes h7. And okay, there's one check here. You can just move d1, but eventually you will have a pass pawn on h6, which might be very dangerous. So on the other hand, after knight g5 takes like this, and then king e8, and in this position castle. It's like walking to the fire, but apparently it's a safe position for white. Okay, knight b4, attacking a2, and now if a3, bishop f5. Oh, not to lose mate in one by doing this. There's knight a2, and then boom, the evolve bar has dropped quite a lot, of course, because it's just made in one. So you take this b5 pawn with the other pawn, and king d8, bishop, okay, queen g7, and king d7. Okay, this is already a sign when the king has to make a triangulation in the middle game like this. It's a sign that the king is not doing okay. So rook a b8 is still on the board right now. We'll see if Haik Matarosyan will play the move that computer suggested, rook g1, which looks like very natural. That was the first move comes to my mind as well. But he just has to also see the follow-up moves. So not only about rook g1, but also taking this. Oh, not with the pawn. Actually, what's wrong with the pawn? Queen d3. Queen d3 and then h7. Alright, but he didn't do that. What did he do instead? He took on b5. But still, white maintains its advantage. So you cannot take this back because of these two pieces. So you have to play knight c7, attacking this. And now, no, I understand. Maybe he just tries to stabilize the queen side by taking the pawn. And now, when there is, the pawn on b5 was quite important and very dangerous too. So he just took it, and after knight c7, now maybe he will include rook g1. And things are looking good for white in this position to win the game then. If that happens, then Bibisar will not get her last GM norm. But anything can still happen because this is quite a dynamic position. I believe it's still at 3 result games, so we'll keep an eye on this one. And what about the other game between Sverres Royal versus Fernando Peralta? Because Sverres needs to win, and it looks like he has a better position. Now it's going to be up to his conversion to win the game. So yeah, this type of position happens, and a3 takes e5, and then g3, c6 takes. Oh, this pawn, and after this you don't. Oh, actually you took it, but after queen here, d4. Man, young players, they're not scared, are they? Because I would try to castle as soon as I can, but of course I think the concrete line after that, after castling, is there is knight c5 attacking both d3 and b3. Although in that case rook can always go to b1, but Sharjah just played d4 to stop it, and in case of anything happens like this, there's always knight e3, and then you can castle on the next move. So things are looking good for Sharjah. He currently has a slightly better position and better time situation as well. So he's looking like on the right track to get his final GM norm. Let's switch back to the top board and to see what just happened after a4. Here Murzin played f5 immediately because we discussed about this, whether to play a5 with or without bishop takes e3. And here he decided to do it without taking on e3. And after a5, b5, knight b8, b6 and c6. Yeah, this type of move can be quite double-edged, especially, well, you have more space thanks to this pawn. You have more control over the back rank, let's say to these squares on a7 and b7, a7 and c7, but also at the same time, this pawn is already away from its pack, so it can be quite a weakening target for white. So, but for the time being, since it is not being attacked, it is a good pawn. But white has to be careful in his continuation, because if white's not careful, then knight on b8, it's ready to go to d7 and attacking b6. So we'll see what's gonna happen, and Sam is thinking right now, and he might be considering bishop c5 actually. But after bishop c5, yeah, and then put the bishop here, but I don't know whether it is actually what he needs. Alright, so c6 is still on the board, and what is going on the second board? And here, after knight f5, Dynaswarm played d5. So this is a move that we didn't discuss, I guess. I think we only discussed at f6. So what's going to happen after d5? Let's say knight d6. So maybe he's thinking that this position is totally fine for black then after rook e6. Because now the knight is under attack, and if you play a move like e5, I think only black is better, because in the long run this d4 pawn is a weakening pawn. Here I think you could play like something like this, followed by knight f6, sorry, knight f8, putting the knight on e6 and trying to attack the pawn on d4. So you might want to refrain from doing it, but after rook e6, what are you gonna do? Maybe takes here, but this position is totally fine for black as well. Oh, you don't actually need to take with the pawn. You can just do this and takes with the queen, and then playing against this IQP. Alright, d5. Another idea is also to play knight c3, allowing this, but there's this knight d6, and after rook e6 you take like this, and your knights are connected, or taking with the other knight actually, so that you have d5 on the next move later. Yeah, this might be just the best continuation, maybe. I don't see anything else. I mean, I like developing the moves, connecting my rooks, and then have a safer back rank, so knight c3 might just be the move. And here, yeah, knight d6 is going to come, maybe queen f3 as well, followed by rook d1, so you have to play a more concrete chess. Oh, what about knight here? But knight here also, we have knight d6. Oh, knight d6 bishop here maybe, so this is maybe the position where we have to play h4. Alright, still very complicated. And what happened on the fifth board? Salem is still thinking after What happened after rook takes e5? Oh, if I could have played knight d5. And after queen g4, king h8. What was going to happen if I... Maybe there's always f6. Maybe that's why. Yeah. So maybe after this, if that is the move, then okay, let's consult the computer. Oh, just bishop d6. Oh yeah, d6 is always available. I don't know why I thought it's not available. Yeah, bishop d6 is always available. So maybe a3 is just the move to play then. But here, okay, Salam played another good move actually, queen g4, trying to attack the king, and king h8 is on the board. And now he's back to a slightly better position if he move a3, because the bishop has to move to d6. This is the only available square for the bishop, and after knight takes, queen takes, and you're just gonna play this position with a pair of bishops, rook 8 e1, and yeah, the next moves would be, I believe, not concrete, but we can actually tell from the position that white has all the pieces on the king side. It means that it means that white is trying to attack the king on h8. Okay, so I guess things are looking good for Salem here, and I think this is just the right moment for me to take my first break. So don't go anywhere, because we'll be back after a few minutes. Hello, welcome back to the Lichas broadcast commentary of the Sharjah Masters 2024, and we are back and we are going to enter the third hour of the last game. And here we still have three leaders in the master section. Two of them are playing against each other. On the camera we see Sam Shankland, and his missing opponent for now is Volodar Murzin. And on the second board, another leader, Daneshvar Bardia, is still playing against Erigaisi Arjun. So there are still three leaders, and if those who are asking about what happened if we have more than one person leading after the last round, yeah? So it will be, the tiebreaker will be like the direct encounter. There will be no playoff games or anything because I believe everything will be decided on the tie breaks. If you see the chess result, and then you'll see the current standing right now, Daneshvar Bardia is currently leading out of the three because he has the biggest tiebreaker with 35.5. What does it mean actually, this tiebreaker for the first one? It's the book calls. So first of all, it's direct encounter. So this game on the first board is just gonna be quite important because out of the three leaders, Daneshvar didn't play against Sam, Volodar also didn't play against Bardia or Daneshvar, and only this one actually, Murzin Volodar, is playing against Sam Shankland right now. So I believe whoever wins this game, he's going to be the winner, regardless of what Daneshvar is doing. Although it's interesting to see, yeah, because currently Daneshvar is leading by like half a point on the book haul. So, but it might change after the last round. So let's come back to the game and see what's going on. So after c6 here, Sam is still thinking, like he hasn't moved. So during my break, I didn't miss much in this game because he hasn't played any single move after what we saw with c6. So let's update ourselves on the game between Erigaisi versus Daneshvar. And here, oh, he played my move, knight c3. Yay, I feel happy about it. So again, I will just show the idea of knight c3 is if d takes e4, then you can throw in knight d6, and wherever the rook goes, let's say it goes to e6, then you can take this one with the d pawn and have the queen here. Maybe I have to think again actually. d5. I just like this active move, and if you take, then you take with the queen, and it's kind of a bit problematic in the back ring of blacks there, and white has totally control over the center and has better development too. So Arjun is looking good in this position, and while the third board between Parham Maksudlu versus Tabatabai Amin already drew very early on, and we also have another draw here between Soleimani versus Sarana. So the four players on the third and fourth board, they are on 6 out of 9. That's gonna be their final point. And on the fifth board, we still have a game going on between Salim Saleh and Fakadov Shamshidin. And the last move was Queen G4, King H8, and here Salim played A3. So in hindsight, you can just play Bishop D6, but here Fakadov is thinking. So I was just wondering what he might actually play. If not Bishop D6, could he be considering F6? What else can he consider in this position? What about the move like A6 as well, attacking this knight? This is also possible. And also, what about the Bishop E7? This also is possible. Although after Bishop E7, there might be some ideas like takes, and maybe like rook here. So, and attacking this, and you're ready to sacrifice something. This is just one idea. Yeah, black has to be careful here. What does the computer suggest here? Bishop d6, just like that. And yeah, knight takes, queen takes, and rook a e1. And yeah, we saw this position from our analysis before, and he did it. He played bishop d6, and Salem apparently was ready to play his move, and he took on d5 immediately, which is not the best move according to the computer. The best move was taking on d6, but what's gonna happen after this? So if bishop takes bishop and bishop f4, wow, so this might be just his idea, because you cannot take this rook thanks to bishop e5. It's attacking both the checkmate and the queen, so you cannot do that. So if bishop takes e5 in this position, then white will take b7 like this, with the idea of taking this, and if we give it check, king h1, and then in the end it will be two pieces against a rook, so it is also a preferable position for white. What else can we say about this? So I think it's pretty much black has to resort to this idea with bishop d5 and play this position after bishop f4. And then here apparently you can just play rook f d8. So what's gonna happen after this? Looks like it's fine for black, because there's no good discovery with the rook. Let's say rook goes here, queen f8, and thanks to this bishop that's standing very well on the center, black is better. Okay, but in general it's still quite equal. And here Fokudov is still thinking. Let me scroll down to the lower boards to check what's going on. So let's come back to this game between Martyrosyan versus Asobeyeva. And wait, didn't we see cb5? We did, right? So okay, after knight c7, oh, I thought he was gonna play rook g1 immediately, but he included a4 first, and only after a6 then he played rook g1, king f7, and bishop takes f6, and he's ready to put the knight on g5 like this. And I think the position is better for white right now. By how much? 2 plus 2. And now it's even, yeah, with more depth it's even getting higher, plus 2.3. Okay, so wow, it's gonna be quite a heartbroken game if Asobeyeva didn't win this one. I mean, didn't make a draw, because she just needs half a point out of the last round to complete her final GM norm requirement. And what about Royal Shreyas here? So I think he's still having quite a better position. His only problem is this pawn, and the king hasn't castled yet. But when those two are resolved, white will be just standing better. Okay, what else do you want to see? Let's check also on the newly minted Grandmaster, Siddharth Jagadish. He's today playing. Oh, what an anticlimax! He lost this round very quickly against Sindarov. So we saw the position after here, and he played d6, h3, b6, rook f e1, bishop b7, b3, and everything looks normal, but he just missed f6. Oh, that's quite heartbroken. I think he's done very well. because after this there's queen d5, so if you take this one, there's queen d5, check, and then you will win an exchange. But on the other hand, after bishop b6, if you play rook e1, then rook e1, and then it is attacking the queen, and you already lose a pawn in this position, and your position also of the king is not as good. So after queen f7, bishop d4 back, at least now white already has a pawn up, and after a5, c5, knight e5, knight h2, queen d5, f4, knight d7, and c4, and yeah, and black resigned. Alright, yeah, but at least he managed already to secure his norm yesterday. So yeah, that's the thing when you already won something big in your life, because by winning the game yesterday, he secured his last norm, and this is of course one of the biggest days in his life too. Yeah, he might be a bit too happy about it, and it would be very hard to get your focus back on the game after what just happened. So I guess this game didn't really show his real strength. Maybe some psychological factors affected the way how he played, and he lost too quickly like this. The Lichess qualifier, international master from Iran, Gulami Orimi Mahdi, apparently, well, before the last one he already secured his GM norm, and today he managed to make a comfortable draw against a very strong Hungarian grandmaster, Benjamin Gledura, in a Catalan. Or no, is it Catalan? d4 wasn't played, so it's not a Catalan. And how the game went is just like this, and after h3 the game ended with a draw. Okay, the rest of other games are still being played. Let's circle back to the top board, board 1. This is our leaderboard right now. So after quite a while, after quite some thinking here, Sam decided to take the bishop on h6, knight take h6, and knight fd2. Yeah, I think he thought for quite a while here because of this pawn. He's trying to make use of that pawn. So knight d2, I guess with the idea of course, knight b3, and you just want to grab this pawn. And whenever bishop takes c4, you always come back taking it with a check. And yeah, but what can black do in this position? Also, the thing is, whenever you play knight here, I'm about to go to c5, there's always knight d7. And now, since there is no more dark square bishop, maybe it is time for the king to move to e7. Also trying to allow the knight to go to f7 on the next move. And now maybe after knight here, trying to attack a5. I was thinking maybe just knight d7. It might be just possible. Because if you take this one with either of the knight, there's always, okay, if this knight, then this is easy. You just take the pawn on b6. And you cannot take on b7 because the knight on b3 is hanging. But if you take it with the other knight, then you might be able to keep taking this still, because you're attacking this knight as well, and this one. So if you take this one, then rook takes a5, and black is a bit better here because of these pawns. These two pawns are quite weak. So that pawn is not really a weakness. Okay, let's see this one again. And after this, you can just simply take this, and you will end up with two pieces over a rook. And yeah, I like this idea. And oh, apparently Morrison played it, so he played king e7. It's already on the board. Now Sam has to figure this out. It is actually very, very possible, because I think the current position is slightly better for black. Just imagine a 17-year-old. Actually, I have to check how old is Morrison. He's very young still. I'm pretty sure. But how old is he? He was born in 2006, so he's 18. He's 18 and he's already playing this well. Anyway, knight b3 has already happened, so we actually discussed knight d7, right? And yeah, Morrison didn't play knight d7. He just took the knight on c4, and now of course knight bishop takes c4, and only that you play knight d7. So he included this move first, and now this pawn looks like it's gonna lose. How are you going to protect that pawn? Yeah, again, I'm happy that in a way my prediction comes true, but also it's not a really good position for Shankland now, because yeah, that pawn I mentioned earlier is a double H pawn. It looked good because it wasn't being attacked yet, but it's gonna be quite weak when it is happening like this with knight d7. So how we deal in this position? The only thing that I can see is you might actually play rook cb1 here, and with this idea, and takes on a5 like this. This might be just the move to continue. Oh, he did it. So Sam did it. Alright. So rook cb1 is already on the board. Yeah, this is like an indirect control over the b6 pawn. Yeah, you cannot take b6 because of knight a5. And if this happens, then rook takes b6, and probably now in this position white is better because the bishop is now is a more active piece than the knight on h6. So alright, so for now the b6 pawn is kind of untouchable. But what else can black do in this position? I mean, black is not forced to take it, of course. I think it's time for the knight to join the game. So back to f7 and potentially go to d6 and maybe knight c8 and takes on b6. So this will be quite a journey for the knight then. But I think this is calling for it. So I was just wondering, if this happens, what's gonna happen is because I don't think you're able to take, because after this well, this pawn is still untouchable on b6, but black will play rook a6 and take b6 like that. So I think white has to keep the bishop on the board. After knight f7, what white will do? If knight moves, this is the time for the knight to go c5, but if knight stays, then this knight will go to d6. Yeah, this is a tough position actually for white. Or maybe this is the time to play what? To be honest, I'm not sure. Rook b2, but rook b2, knight d6, attacking bishop. Let's say bishop goes here, and then now if the knight here, what to do? Doesn't look good. So maybe after rook cb1 knight f7, you have to take anyway, and you play this position. You play this position. Now it's more simpler, because even though there's rook a6, but okay, we can try to anticipate it. Now let's play rook b2. Now if you manage to play something like this, actually what do we do? Rook takes b6 is coming up. Okay, we can try to play rook b1. But now only black is better, because now king e7, let's say, and then just, you know, be patient and not to be in a rush. Also, there's another idea like rook c8, c5, rook c6, and then grabbing this pawn as well. So, alright, I'm in favor of this knight f7 move. And Murzin is still thinking, and he still has 30 minutes left on the clock. Okay, so apart from what we just saw, what else could it be? He's about to move. Oh, he took on b6. So he was fine with this. And what happened after this? Knight takes b6. So this one, then I fail to understand this. Like, really, could it be this one? Then after this one, isn't it just better for white? Yeah, knight a5 is on the board. Of course, this is automatic. Knight f5, and what happened? Rook takes a5, and they agreed to draw. This is a shocking end of the game. Because really, all right. I wanna check this position. This is better for black. Yeah. Hang on. In this position, knight f7 looks good. Rook db8. So yeah, if this happens, yeah, black still maintains its advantage, even though it's very little. So takes here, takes. Oh, and I thought this position was better for white, but turns out it's not, because after rook b7, bishop b3, knight here maybe. Okay, this should be drawn, yeah. Alright, but I just didn't expect that the draw would happen like that. But anyway, congratulations for both of them. At the very least, yeah, they will have second place, sharing second place at the very least, because we don't know for sure what's going to happen on the second board here between Erigaisi versus Daneshvar. This is now the deciding game of who's going to win the tournament. If Daneshvar drew, Daneshvar should be the winner, because from the current position he's better. So let me put this on the break first while I'm fixing my camera. Hello, welcome back, and yep, now the camera is solved, and we just see that after queen d8, okay, so we saw the position after like somewhere here, knight g3, takes here and takes here, with the knight, takes, and it's been simplified, and after queen h5, h6. So now it is white to move, but things are looking quite equalish right now with this pawn hanging on the center. Yeah, black doesn't have any problem anymore, so my prediction is this game is gonna be a draw. And yeah, if it's a draw, I think Bardia is going to be the winner of the tournament because his tiebreak before the last round is better. Okay, let's move back to the fifth board between Salem Saleh versus Fokidov. Let me fix this one so that we can see the current position. And now, wow, we have quite an update in this game. So after bishop d6 here, bishop takes d5, bishop takes e5. This is okay, so this is not the best continuation for black. Black should have played bishop takes d5 and allowing this to happen. And here you have rook fd8, which is looking quite dangerous, because also I just realized what happened after rook takes d5. But I think in this position you can just take on f4. And black should be fine, because in this position if you take d5 then you just take this pretty much, and you cannot take this because the c8 rook is hanging. So here Fokidov took the rook, and after this happens, and also in this position I guess the best move is to take b7 and allowing this position to happen for white, but instead of that, Salem took the bishop on e5. The best move is taking b7, not taking e5. So he did take e5, and now black is better. So it's one mistake after another. Bishop takes d5, knight d6, and Salem is just giving up an exchange for what? Rook c7 here. I fail to understand this. Like, why are you going into this position and willingly to have an exchange down without any compensation? Like, yeah, I think it's almost a must to take b7, right? All right. So this is kind of intriguing to see the reasoning behind it. And okay, so here the last move after queen d8 was h4. So Salem is trying to attack, but I think he doesn't have enough pieces on the game to really attack. And now black is just quite comfortable having an exchange up. So how to continue this position as black? Because this rook is comfortably covering the 7th rank already. Do you want to play f5 here? I think that should be fine. After f5, maybe it's queen g3. And now what's next? I mean, there shouldn't be any direct win in this position. I think black has to be quite patient, but at least black is no longer in danger. And what just happened? He played rook d7. So what is the idea of rook d7? Okay, you just want to, what do you want to do? Takes this? But if you take that, bishop takes, and maybe in this position, maybe in that position you just play rook. Oh no, no, it shouldn't be like that. Okay, what is the idea of rook d7? Because if you take this, then just takes. Okay, this is quite intriguing to me. Let's move back to the second board, because that's a very important game on this round between Arjun versus Daneshvar. So after rook e3 here, h6, rook e3. Here Daneshvar played bishop e6, developing move, and after rook g3, now he's thinking. Alright, so obviously in this position, white wants to take h6, and now just king h8. Yeah, I think this pawn is very safe now, because white doesn't have enough pieces to attack, and the knight doesn't have anywhere else to go. If you want to go knight g5, which I think you can do that, why not? But this doesn't attack anything, right? I think in this position, black can just take d4. Yeah, and there shouldn't be any problem in this position. So king h8 is on the board. I am predicting that this game is also going to be a draw. All right, let me check if I can move around the camera, because that looks like the one that we see right now is kind of stuck. Alright, so Arjun is still thinking, and I might be wrong, but there might be a draw offer by Daneshvar in this position. And Arjun is about to make a move, so I'll just switch to the other camera so that we can see. This is what I was seeing. Let's see it on this view. Yeah, unfortunately I cannot make it any closer, but we have a better view now of the game between Arjun versus Daneshvar. Okay, there you go. And what just happened? So after king h8, Arjun played queen e5. So attacking mate in one. So here black has a few things to do. First is f6, second is rook g8, and here Daneshvar just play f6. So where does the queen go? If the queen went here, I think you don't really have any idea with queen c5 here. After bishop d5, maybe knight d6, but maybe a move like here should be fine. So what else can we do? Queen d4, sorry, queen d6 maybe. if queen d6, this maybe just takes, and then rook here, knight takes, and then rook here. Black should be standing a bit better. So maybe what Arjun is thinking right now is queen here, allowing this to happen, and queen here. But okay, if f5, then there is this one, like d6. You cannot take this because it's a mate. Then if this one, then I don't know. We can take this maybe, but this looks just, everything looks under control for black. So f6, and I just see from the camera that that Salem is walking around, so let's take a look what's happening on his game. Here. So after rook d7, he played rook d3, bringing another rook for the attack. Yeah, so if we were black in this position, how are we going to continue? It's okay, let's consult it with the ancient. Queen e7 is a move, and if rook g3, oops, not rook f3, rook g3, and bishop e4. Wow, bishop e4. So knight takes e4 is fine because you have f5. And let's say, oh, okay, the queen has to go, yeah? Okay, queen goes here, you take the, you don't take the knight, but you take the, this one, because it's attacking this and also this. Knight f6, gf, queen f3, let's say, and rook fd8, and you're threatening rook d1. Wow, okay, that's quite complicated. Okay, so while the two players are still thinking, let's go back to the other one, and oh, I have to come with very bad news here that Bibi Sarah lost the last round of the tournament, and yeah, and that means she didn't get the final norm then. Okay, what happened was after bishop takes f6, she took it with the pawn, and now queen here, king moves away, takes f5, and after rook g7, knight takes here. Okay, so black is trying to get something in the position, trying to make it unclear, but after queen g6 here, she resigned. So what is going on after queen g6? Let's say king here. Oh, and then just takes his, yeah, and then this is this comes with a mate, and this is also is now under attack, so that's why she resigned. Okay, that's pretty sad. But again, it's very hard. Yeah, you play a very strong grandmaster in the last round, and you're playing with black pieces. So yeah, but hopefully she will be able to bounce back and win the last GM norm on the next tournament. So let's see the game between Suarez Royal versus Fernando Peralta. Just take a look what's happening. So apparently Suarez is getting even better now after a few moves. So the position looks like getting... Okay, actually he has like a pawn up. Yeah, he has a pawn up, and if he can nurse this advantage till the end, then he's really on track to win the last GM now. Okay, meanwhile, let's come back to the second board. Yeah, so Arjun chose to play Queen C5, so he apparently is trying to overpush this position, because again, it looks like white doesn't have anything. And now after Queen C5, B6, and now Arjun is still thinking, so he definitely cannot take this, because if he takes this, there's Bishop D5 and the Queen has no way to attack G7, and Black will just end up with an extra piece after Bishop takes E4, Rook takes E4. So now after B6, where do you have to go? You have to play Queen C3 in order to keep protecting D5, but then after that there is Queen D5 and Rook will come as well. Only Black is better. Wow, so maybe Daneshwar is playing now for a win, because the position looks better for him. And even though I think the tiebreak, I think Daneshwar has the highest tiebreak in the tournament if everyone shared with 6.5 points. But still, I think, what about the prize money? The prize money will not be shared. The prize money will not be shared. So I guess even if he makes a draw, and it means that he's gonna be the winner, even though Shamshanklan and Murzin both also have the same points. I think Daneshwar will be having the highest tiebreak, and yeah, he's gonna be the first. But I guess, judging from the position that we are seeing right now, Daneshwar is on track to try to win the game. So it would be depending on how he's going to continue this. If he's ambitious enough, then he just play for win. But if he's not ambitious, I mean, a draw offer, I think Arjun will just take it, because yeah, the position is only better for Black. Okay, so yeah, well, here Daneshwar is still thinking after Queen C3. Let's go to Salem's game. And here, okay, Bishop E4 is on the board. So Fakadov found it then, because we discussed this position before, that after... Was it the position that we discussed actually? Because what's gonna be happening after this? No, Bishop E4 was not. The move was Queen E7, and then after this, then Bishop E4. Yeah, so we can actually kind of transpose it. Now Queen E7 might be just okay, and after this, then we have F5. What's going... Okay, if this one you take the queen, of course. So now the queen has to go. Let's say the queen goes... Okay, the queen went here, and instead of taking this, yeah, I remember we analyzed queen takes h4, because it's attacking all these pieces on the fourth rank. Yeah, so Bishop E4. So what is the difference with Queen E7 right away? Let's consult it. So it shouldn't be anything too different then. This one should be still fine. If you play Rook D4, then there's F5. If Queen G3, now you just play on the queen side like this, because everything is protected on the king side. Oh, Danish already played something. Let's move back to their game, and queen d5 is already on the board. Yeah, so black is currently better, of course. Now the computer suggested white to play queen d3, because what's gonna happen after a move like knight d2, for example? Maybe it's just rook d8, and after knight f3, a5, and then yeah, since there's no more attack on the king side, black can comfortably try to win more space around the queen side. And I saw some moves happen on their game. What was the move? Oh, rook e3. Woo, rook e3, allowing bishop takes h3. Wow, and Daneshwar has 14 minutes or close to 15 minutes on the clock. So he just has to calculate this move. Then if bishop h3, I mean, looks very tempting to play, right? It's just pretty much a tactic. Like one or two moves tactic. If you do that, you cannot play knight here because it's a checkmate on g2. So after this, you have to take with any of the pieces, like with the pawn or with the rook, and black will be left with an extra pawn after rook takes e4. Let's say it does this. Let's say Arjun took it with the rook, and after rook takes e4, then what do you do next? If you play rook c1 trying to attack this, at the very least there is rook e6. But can I play something else? Here it says queen d6, which is a funny trick because you cannot take c6 now due to rook e1, and white is lost immediately. So okay, wow, so Daneshwar might be just winning this round then if he found bishop takes h3, which I guess he will find it and he will play it on the board. And he took it. You can just see it from the gesture of his arm that he's taking h3. And Arjun might just miss this tactic, like this simple tactic. Wait, what just happened? Bishop h3 and then rook a e1. Okay, so this is on the board. And now the idea is to capture this with both. No, if you capture that, I can just simply take this. So maybe now it's best to put the bishop on d7 like this, because your job is done there on h3. Like you fulfilled the job, and I just go back to a square that is very safe and protecting everything. So I believe bishop d7 might be happening on the board. Or actually, hang on. This is also interesting. Bishop takes here. Why not? Because if king takes, then you play f5, and you kind of like simplify the position again, and you will be standing with at least an extra pawn on the board. So this might be just what Daneshwar is currently thinking. You simplify this and then treat as many pieces as you can, because in the pawn endgame you'll be left with an extra pawn, and that is enough to win the game. Yeah, now I'm leaning toward this variation. Yeah, he can totally take g2, it's fine. And if knight takes f6, you don't have to worry about that. Just rook takes e3. And if you take this one, then hang on. If queen takes here, for example, then this is different. Who is better in this position? Maybe white is close to winning after this. Wow, Arjun is so tricky. He's doing this trap. But if you don't take the rook, then black is losing, right? Because the rook is about to take the rook. So no, you don't. Alright, so don't play bishop takes g2, although it looks tempting, because there is this idea. And after this, queen takes. And now the knight is attacking this, and actually it's attacking the back rank mate. and of course the king is attacking this. Okay, so rook a e1, be just safe and play bishop d7. Yeah, okay, good that we discussed it, because it looks like that move is very possible. So I was just wondering why Arjun allowed that to happen. Yeah, because now after knight takes f6, don't take this one, because we'll see the same reason with queen takes and then takes e3, but now I think just takes here. Yeah, so this should be the continuation in this game. And Daneshwar was about to play something, and I think he did bishop d7. I think he pulled his bishop back, not forward. So I think we're gonna see the move. So yes, bishop d7. He just played it. Okay. Wow. I almost fell into Arjun's trap here as black. Yeah, bishop g2 looks very tempting, of course. But apparently that was just a trap. Actually, let me check it with the engine. So what happened here? Oh, bishop g2 is okay. Oh wow, but it's gonna be very hard to find that. So here, if knight takes f6, rook takes e3, queen takes e3, and here you don't take this. You play queen f7, and you're still standing fine and better. Of course, it is better now. Now when I realize that, it is better, but it's so hard to see this move, like to insert this and convince yourself that the position is actually still better. Okay, I think both Daneshwar and I missed it. If we didn't miss it, of course I think Daneshwar would have played bishop takes g2, because in hindsight, in this position you are left with nothing else but take f6, but that means you just lost after queen takes h6 and rook e7. Wow, okay, and now things are looking fine for Arjun after this position, because now I think thanks to this setup and the knight on e4, yeah, Arjun is back on track. Although he's not better, but at least he might be able to save the position. So bishop d7 was played and Arjun played queen b4. Okay, so Daneshwar is still thinking. Let's see what happened between Salim Saleh versus Fakidov. And oh, this happened. So I think I remember we discussed queen e7 here, yeah? Queen e7 and yeah, and f5 and so on. So here bishop f5, which I think is a very natural looking move anyway. And here after bishop f5, yes, Salim's still thinking, but the position is already -2 right now, so Fakidov might be just winning this game. And if Fakidov wins, ooh, Fakidov will be on 6.5. He will be sharing the second place at least. It would be depending how Daneshwar finishes the game. If Daneshwar draw and Fakidov wins, so there will be 4 players with 6.5. And yeah, so those 4 will be sharing the first place if that scenario happens. But it's looking like Fakidov looks like he's winning, but the game between Erigaisi versus Daneshwar is leading toward an equality right now. So after queen b4, he still hasn't moved yet. Obviously you don't want to play b5 here, because you might allow this and even this one now. because of this check on f6, sorry, on f8. So here you have to take the knight, and now after all this simplification, takes here, queen check here, and after this endgame it's just a drawing endgame. So what happened was, okay, rook a b8, allowing that to happen. So now we might actually see this again with knight takes f6 and forcing to go to the queen's endgame, and it's going to be a draw. Oh my gosh, guys, so we actually might see 4 players sharing the first place, and it is just going to be a battle of who's going to have the highest tiebreak. And if my calculation is right, Daneshvar will emerge as the highest tiebreaker with among the players who have 6.5 points. So we still haven't seen this one yet. Rook a b8 is still on the board. Arjun is still thinking, but if Arjun didn't play knight takes f6 and black managed to consolidate the position, then black still has like an extra pawn. So I think it's almost a forcing move here to play for Arjun to take f6 and then forcing the queen's endgame and draw. Because let's say if Arjun plays a move like a3, for example, and now since knight f6 is the idea, we can do, what can we do here? It could be like king here maybe, or even king here, like not allowing any check with the f8. Yeah, that could be it. Okay, rook a b8 is still on the board, and Arjun just did something. What did he do? Oh, he didn't do any of those things. He played knight c3, attacking the queen and also attacking the back rank. Alright, knight c3. That move simply missed. So now what to do? Yeah, let's say, oh, maybe queen h5. I wanna bring my queen to a place where it is still attacking. Queen h5. You have to be ready with queen d6 though. But after queen d6, oh, what to do here? Yeah, knight c3. Nice move. Yeah, now you just want to take this, take everything, and queen f8. Okay, or yeah, the thing is, if you play queen f7, then there might be rook e7. Oh, he did it. Queen f7 is on the board right now. So what's gonna be after rook e7? Maybe just queen f8. And after takes this, you have to take this, and then you have to take this, and takes this, and this, and check like this. And after this, you can actually take d4. Can you? Maybe not. Yeah, why risking this? So no, he didn't do that. Rook e7 is on the board. Okay, what do I miss here? Oh, that is cute. If rook e7, it might be this actually. e7. I mean c5, sorry. Because if takes, then you take, yeah? Takes and you take again. Takes and maybe check here. And after this, check here. And you take this, and black is still up a pawn. So Arjun didn't do that. He just took on e8. So the thing is, if this happens, then if this happens and here, yeah, you don't want to risk this position because there's this okay, takes this and then queen here, and then queen takes d7. So here yeah, so here Daneshwar took with the bishop, but for the pawn Arjun has some compensation due to its piece's activity. Now things are different. Yeah, queen d6, and now maybe you are planning to play rook e7. And oh, okay, the rook on b8 is under attack, so you have to do something about it. So maybe it's time to play rook c8. But after rook e7, what's gonna happen? Maybe queen here. Yeah, but now maybe it's time to bring the knight. And yeah, white is attacking. Actually, what is the current? This is the current position, and what is the evaluation? White is better. Wow, amazing how Arjun is turning this around from a slightly worse position to equal, and now he's better. Yeah, I think because black plays a bit too passive here, and this position after knight c3. Oh, queen g8 is the move. What is the difference now after takes? You take with the bishop, but after queen d6, still rook c8. Oh, and there is no rook e7 maybe. d5 is still there, but you play bishop h5 because everything is protected. And after takes this, oh, this is hard. No, this is a hard position to play. No, there's no way that they would play these moves. So the difference is after rook c8 there is knight a4. Oh wow. Yeah, Arjun is showing his class here. Yeah, he's turning everything around now. And he might be, if he wins, okay, let's talk about the other scenario. If he wins this one, so if he wins, then he's also going to be 6.5. So there will be, if Arjun wins, there will be how many people? Murzin, Samshanklan, Erigaisi, and potentially Fokidov, and still 4 players with 6.5. Yeah. All right. So whoever. What about the tiebreak? Wow. So if that happens, if that center happens, okay, if Daneshwar loses, it means Murzin Volodar is going to be the winner. If Daneshwar drew, then Daneshwar is the winner. Of course, there are like a few plays with the same score, but yeah, but judging from the tie break, who is having the highest tie break, then that might happen. Okay, I want to see what's happening on the other game, because well, knight a4 already played by Arjun, and he's now on the driver's seat. So okay, the computer suggested queen d5 here, trying to simplify the position. Queen takes d5, c d5, and knight takes b6, and rook has to stay on the back rank. And here rook e6. Yeah, it's looking like black is under trouble. So the game between Salam versus Fokidov here has played a few moves. So what's happening after bishop f5 here? Instead of going to h5, Salim played queen f3. F takes e5, bishop takes e5, and bishop g6, and here queen c6. Oh, he might actually, yeah, rook c7 is going to happen, followed by rook c1, queen takes h4. Oh my gosh, this might be just designable now. Okay, rook a4 is already there, but okay, apart from rook c1, there's also rook c5 attacking this, and you are forced to play f4, but if you do that, then queen takes h4. Oh man, rook c5 is just the winning move now. Wilfer could have played, and he's about to move something. Or he can also throw in check first, followed by rook c5. I think that's equally good, because then the king is forced to be on h2, and anything with queen h4 is coming with a check. But okay, rook c5 is of course the winning move, and he did it. He did it. He played rook c5 already. And now if you play f4, of course there's this check, or even now give a check and then take on h4. But if knight c4, then you play rook f7, okay, not to miss anything with h5. And yeah, things are getting even clearer here for black to win the game. So let's wait and see what Salem will play in this position. Okay, so Salem hasn't moved yet, and let's move back to the second board between Arjun versus Daneshvar, which I thought it was going to be rook and knight versus rook and bishop endgame. Now it's instead of rook we have a queen, and after knight a4 he played c5, allowing knight takes b6, rook c6, and now queen b8, and offering this trade, which was accepted by Arjun, and now d takes c5. Okay, so according to the computer, black is slightly worse, but he can try to save the gameplay by playing king h7, because it's gonna be hard for white to proceed with this pawn, because c6 is currently undermined by both pieces. So if queen f4 happens now, you can try to grab this pawn, and after this happen, check, and then bishop g6, so everything is looking good. And Daneshvar is on 5 minutes right now, while Arjun still has 25 minutes on the clock. Okay, so still no move yet from Daneshvar, while on the other board Salem is still thinking as well after rook c5. Just checking on the lower board. So there is already a win by Nesterov versus Skrybarkarov, a draw between Dominik Horvath versus Mustafa Yilmaz. And let's check this game between Yu Yangyi versus Edis Gurel, because it looked like it was a very balanced game, but now Yu Yangyi is in the driver's seat. This position looks like, yeah, black is worse. So rook e6, the bishop has to move. Let's say bishop moves here, and then rook f6. Okay, of course these are not concrete, but this can be potentially what happened. If king takes g2, then king takes e4. Yeah, and then you're just playing with these pawns against this pawn. So apparently there's already a move on the second board here. King h7. So Bardia played the right move here. Okay. King h7, and okay, there's also queen f4. Okay, we saw this position, queen f4, queen takes here, and check here, and then queen d4, and so on. Yeah, but Arjun can really take his time because he has more time on the clock. And on the other board, on the fifth board, still Salam hasn't moved yet. He's still thinking about this knight c4 potentially, or how to play. What could he be thinking? Maybe queen d4 as well, attacking g7. But apparently, okay, with the computer help, of course, it's easy to see that rook d5 is the best move. But after this, you cannot take this. Actually, you still can take that one. It's fine. Yeah, there's nothing with this position. And then like this, let's say, and then rook d1 check, and check this one too. Okay, so here, yeah, white is forced to play knight c4, but Salam is still thinking about it. Okay, I'll just quickly scan other positions. Oh, I'll move to the game between Hans Zimmer versus Idani, because I hope it doesn't give Hans some deja vu here. He's looking like having a winning pawn end game, and yeah, hopefully he doesn't mess it up, because he also has another pawn end game in his game against Sam Shankland. And okay, this looks like white is better here because of this breakthrough on the king side. So yeah, what to do? So you have to take on f6, and after this you just go here and then okay, and then grab all the pawns. Yeah, and he did it. So gf6 is on the board. I think this is a reasonable position, and he won the last round. But it means he's not crossing 2700 because he already lost twice back to back on round 7 and 8. But yeah, but he finally managed to bounce back by winning the last game. So let's go back to the second board. Daneshwar is currently back on track again. Looks like he's equalizing everything, and now having the queen over here, I think it's a good thing to play bishop c6 as well. But here pretty much I think bishop c6 should be fine too. Yeah, bishop c6 should be still equal, although the computer suggests the first option is queen f5. But I think in this position it's not really like a concrete position where you are left with only one move to continue in order to maintain equality. But here black has a few options, so the Daneshwar is looking like comfortable. back in track to win the tournament by just drawing this game. So he has moved something. He played queen f5, attacking this one. And now the thing is, after queen here, there is this check, and you have to go back to here again, because if you play this, then there is this check along, this like triangle check pattern. So queen f5 is on the board, and now if you play this, and I think it's just all this type of checks. So queen f5 has a very good purpose, not only about taking the pawn on c5, but also it's threatening this type of checks from h5 to d1. So Arjun is now still thinking. And let's move to board 12 between Felix versus Deak, and looks like Felix is going to win. Unfortunately, he's already grandmaster, because this is like of course a grandmaster performance level. So yeah, I mean, Deak is a very strong player, and Felix managed to play very well in the Sharjah Masters. I'm happy for him, because he has like a 2700 performance if he wins this one. Even if he draws, I think it is also close to like a 2700 performance, even more if he wins. Okay, so he's been having a slightly better position from the start, and he's just nursing it little by little, and now he comes to this position, and now his off choices now on how to continue. The computer suggests that rook takes here, and then you have to take with the king, and this just happened actually, and followed by rook b6. Just simply attack this pawn, and black couldn't do anything but playing knight e4. You can always take this at any time, so here computer suggests to play h4, and then eventually you'll win this pawn, and then you're just trying to play that position with an extra pawn. Computer gives the evaluation with +1 for white in this position, which could be very significant. So Felix is really on track on winning this one, and yeah, good for him. As you remember, maybe he was my commentary colleague during the Candidates 2024 just last month. So yeah, I hope all the commentary that we did together, it could give him something to prepare for this tournament. Alright, let's come back to the second board, because this looks like almost drawing position, but with 5 minutes left on the clock. Yeah, I think Daneshvar is able to defend the position. Arjun is still thinking now. I mean, if Arjun wants to make a draw, he can just do it, but I think Arjun is looking to play for a win here, because he has more pawns on the queen side. But the thing is, in this position, it's going to be very hard to get away with a win. And on the other hand, board 5, yeah, this is also a very important board, because assuming it's a draw on board 2 between Erigaisi versus Daneshvar, and then Fakidov is looking like he's winning this game, and he's gonna be on the share first with others. Okay, so we set a position after rook c5. Here, instead of knight c4, Salim played knight b7. Oh yeah, why did I miss that? But there's a check here. So that is why you play rook c5 first. Because imagine in this position, if you play rook c1 first, and then you play rook c5, and then there's knight b7, and it's no longer winning for black, so that inclusion is not necessary. So you should just play rook c5 immediately, just like what Fakidov did. And after that b7 you have this check, and after king h2 queen d5, attacking the knight on b7 that looks like it's trapped, and also attacking the bishop on e5. Here queen b4, don't forget about the back rank, your rook is under attack there on f8, and here rook c8, moving the rook back to the back rank, and after rook g5, now h5. Rook g5, queen takes b7, and now h5. Alright, so definitely you shouldn't move this bishop because g7 is under attack. And Fakidov, I don't have the time situation for this game, but as you can see from the live camera, it attracted a few spectators there. And yeah, because this is also quite an important match to decide who's going to be the winner of the tournament. So after h5 here, Computer decided to play rook f5, just trying to simplify everything. And now after queen h4, which looks like very dangerous position for black, but fortunately black has enough pieces on the board, so you just take the rook, takes the rook, and now queen e4, and everything should be fine. Yeah, because if you do this, just queen takes and everything is protected. So if white wants to play some twist in this position, takes, and after here maybe this one, h6, but this doesn't really help anything, does it? Yeah, because of queen f5, everything is just in time. Even after this, I mean, black is now a rook up. It's going to be very hard for you to even mud the water, because this looks just very simple. And Fakidov did it. Fakidov played rook f5, and now Salim played queen h4, and we might actually see what we just discussed. Take the rook on g5, queen also takes g5, and queen e4, trying to go to f5, and so on. And in the end, black will still be left with an exchange up, and the difference is the positions are going to be quite clear because there will be so many pieces traded on the board. Okay, and yeah, you have to take on g5, because also if you play queen e7, let's say, ooh, you see how the eval bar is going up. Yeah, it just takes this, yeah, because this is just made in one coming up soon. Even if you try h6, there's check this and then this, and now it's just made on h8 like that. So you have to take this rook, takes, and play queen e4, and he took it. So we have this position on the board now. Rook takes g5, and queen takes g5. Okay, let's move back to the second board just to see if there are any more moves coming. But apparently after queen f5, Arjun is still thinking. He hasn't moved yet. Wow, yeah, it's looking like we will have 4 players here in the first place. Murzin, Volodar, Sam Shankland, they already secured their 6.5 points, and Daneshvar is fighting for the draw. And now Fakidov is very close to win the game against Salim Saleh, and yeah, he might be winning that position and then join the leader and sharing 6.5 with others too. Do we have any more games on this position? Or do we more have moves actually? So after taking on g5, he played queen f7, Okay, I think it's almost similar, yeah? You want to go here and here, or here and here. And this position after h6, he just played king g8. So eventually the king will have to move anyway because of the check on g7. So he just moved it now, and everything is pretty much protected. Yeah, and they already signed the score sheet, and a rook up position for Forkidov, and thus bringing him sharing the first place for now, because the board 2 is still going on. So congratulations for Forkidov Samshudin, such a great fighting spirit too, because he won the game against Hans Niemann yesterday, and he won again today against Salim Saleh. And I think this might be just the only game in the top 5 boards with a decisive result. Well, the second board is still playing, and also this is a very important game. But what just happened? Here Arjun played knight c4, allowing this. Yeah, it looks like this game will end with a draw. And if check this one, okay, if you allow this to happen, of course it's a draw. But maybe after queen h5, the only move that you can try to make if you don't want to go onto this repetition is to play queen h3. But after queen h3, I think it doesn't change much, yeah? You can just play queen c5 here, and black should be standing fine, because it looked like at first the pawn on c5 was kind of scary, it's dangerous, but now you can include queen h5. I think you can also just takes the pawn on c5 immediately. I think both options are quite possible. Oh, I think the queen h5 is already played, and Arjun played queen h3. And I think now we can expect queen takes c5 on the board, yes. And okay, there is queen d3, but this invites bishop g6 to come. Then that might be just a quick draw then. I mean, not quick, but immediate draw, because after bishop here, where does the queen go? Oh, the queen must go here maybe, because if not sure, if here, then you have to be ready with this, although there's always a check. So bishop g6, and if you play this, there is this check always, and then come back downstairs and then check here again. And if you move up, there's always check like this. So instead, after bishop g6, he played queen e2, okay, to protect both the knight and this one, h5. But black has no problem. In fact, I like black's position better now, because it looks like it is more active, although I guess technically speaking it should be just equal. But now what happens after bishop here? Check. Daneshvar is still thinking. Yeah, but the position, I don't think it has any risk to white too. I mean, there's no risk for both players here. So yeah, Daneshvar just need a draw. I guess he will be the highest tiebreaker with among the 6.5 pointers. Okay, so still no move yet by Daneshvar, and he just moved it actually. Queen d4 is on the board. It is attacking the d3 square. Bishop d3 is what he's trying to play. And also, what could he be doing? Let's say knight goes here. And then, oh, b3 is on the board. Yeah, Arjun has a very big fighting spirit. He didn't want to just make a draw easily, so he just kept playing on. And now after b3, what happened after bishop here? Because if you move something like this, let's say, then there is this check followed by this one. So queen f4. Now you have to be careful. If you play some move like g3, then this diagonal might be quite important. So maybe in this position already you have to give it up and then play king g1, and then you have to succumb to this repetition. Because after queen f4, let's say g3 here, I think the queen will just go back to, yeah, we'll just go back to d4. Oh, g3 is already on the board. Okay. Yeah, Arjun is playing with fire, although of course the position is still equal. And I think we're gonna see this. Yeah, queen d4. And he just moved something. What could it be? Knight e3, try to consolidate everything. So probably now is the time to play. Okay, a6 is hanging, so you shouldn't forget that. But also, can I just play bishop e4 and forget about that pawn? Because after queen takes, maybe I can play either queen c5 or queen e5. I just want to give a check here and here, although you have this queen e2 back here. Okay, or maybe in this position just play a5. Just try to save that pawn. And yeah, he did it. So f5. So you don't have to risk about this position. Just keep your pawn on the board, and then you still have all this initiative around the king. Alright, 11 minutes versus 3 minutes. And meanwhile, on the other board, yeah, Yu Yang is about to win this game against Edis Corral. Yeah, be reminded that this pawn is going up there, and this pawn goes down here. King h3. King h3 might be just rook here, because after here then check, and then c7, and then c8, so that should be enough. But Yang is still thinking. Yeah, I don't have the time situation for this game, but I think it's pretty much whatever you do, it's winning here for white. So, and there is no, yeah, after f5 there is still no move yet from Arjun here. Let's let's take a look at other boats. And Felix is... oh, his position is getting better and better now. Yeah, he was like +1 before, and now he's +3. Now this is a nice position for white. Yeah, the only thing to deal is the pawn on d3. Once this one has been eliminated, then white should be standing much better. Well, it is already much better now, but white can be very comfortable after king f2, and then you pretty much just want to get this to this pawn. And the game between Pranav versus Nihal Sarin, it's apparently they're playing on increment right now. They're both under a minute, and well, rook takes h6, so if you take it, there is this check, and king goes here, then just keeps taking, and let's say king takes here, and it's a loss because of knight g6. Okay, so you shouldn't take that one, but just flop your pieces, knight e6, and it should be a draw in the end. Okay, and there's already a move by Arjun. He played knight g2. And now I think pretty much what you do is a draw, yeah? And do we see... oh, I think they agreed for a draw. The score sheet has been signed. So we have 4 players with 6.5, and this makes Danesh Bardia, Morzin Volodar, Sam Shanklin, and Fokudov Samshidin sharing the first place. By the way, that is the order of the players according to my calculation, who's going to win the first, second, third, and fourth place. But we only know the final ranking after the conclusion of all games, of course. But according to my calculation, that's gonna be the final ranking. So yeah, Daneshwar will be the first winner. All these 4 is sharing the first place, of course, but Daneshwar will have the highest tie break, followed by Murzin, and yeah, followed by Sam Shanklin and Fokudov Samshidin. I think so. It would be like that. Yeah. Well, we will only know the final ranking just after after all the games being concluded. And I'm wondering what's happening on the on the challenger section, where Divya is playing against Garibulina. Yeah, because that might be very interesting as well. 2 girls leading the challenger section, and yeah, they're just bright talents indeed. And well, it's been such a wonderful experience commentating for the Sharjah Masters 2024, and unfortunately it has come to the end, and I also didn't expect that these 4 players will be topping the field with 6.5 out of 9. It's showing that the field is really strong, and I'm hoping for the next year's edition that I might be able to take a part as a player, because again, if you are keen to play some chess tournament, open tournament, I would highly recommend about the Sharjah Masters Open, because it is it has all the sections for every playing skill and strength. So they have masters, they have challengers, and they have futures section as well, depending on your rating. So make sure you'll be there, clear your schedule for the next edition in 2025. And yeah, it's been great so far, and I need to wrap things up now. And thank you again for watching. It's been a wonderful experience here, and Thanks for everyone. Thanks to all the Lichess community and all the people behind the scene of this stream. And I hope to see you again in the next opportunity. Have a good night.